clear. Hey, thank you. I can read. I feel very literate now. Thank you so much.
Didn't want you to miss the opening. Pittsburgh won the toss. They'll receive. Dwight Stone is the return man.
It's number 26.
No,
Rod
it is.
Woodson has taken his place.
Woodson told us a couple of weeks ago that he wanted to do this, and he wanted to return kickoffs and punts. And he returns this one to the 26-yard line. A return of 12 yards on the play.
Gotta like a guy like that, all-pro cornerback. As we see O'Donnell come out on the field, an all-pro cornerback, $1 million a year, he still wants to run back kicks.
Offensively, Neil O'Donnell with Barry Foster, Merrill Hodge, Jeff Graham, Dwight Stone will be in there now as a wide receiver. The tight end is Adrian Cooper. And that offensive line of Jackson, Love, Dawson, Hasselrig, and Strelzik is starting for Ilkin. Tunch can play at right tackle if they need it. Steelers from the 26. And as expected, they will open on the ground. And this is Barry Foster. He will pick up 5 yards to the 31. It'll be second down and 5. Defensively, the front seven for the Packers with Brock, Yurkovich, Brown, Pop, Noble, Holland, and Bennett. And then in the secondary, Billups, Clark, Butler, and Cecil.
We should add to that, of course, in the nickel package, you're going to see number 27, Terrell Buckley, the exciting one, the one who ran back the kick last week. And Mike Holmgren told us he needs to know just a little bit more about the defense, and he anticipates within a week he'll probably be started.
Second down and 5. Hodge is in motion. And here is Barry Foster close to the first down. Tony Bennett with the tackle at the 36-yard line. And this is what the Pittsburgh Steelers want to establish, the running attack. Barry Foster, 5 or more yards on first down.
And one of the things that they've been impressive with, Charlie, here particularly, is that they've been able to get crowds out of the game. In the Astrodome in the first week of the season, they fell behind 14-0, but then after the fake punt, they were able to get the crowd out of the game. Here you have a capacity crowd, Green Bay Packers, everybody's excited about the new quarterback, and what do? They come right out and get the first down and get the crowd out of the game.
So for the Steelers, their first down of the ball game. Their record, as you know by now, is perfect on the year. It is 3-0. Should they win today and go to 4-0, this will be the first time they have been 4-0 since 1979, and that, of course, was their last Super Bowl year. Jeff Graham comes wide to the right side, and it is first down. Foster straight up the middle has 5 more yards. So in 3 carries, he has picked up 15 yards. Brian Noble makes the tackle.
Earlier in the season, I believe it was after the 190-yard game against the Jets, Bill Cowher was quoted as saying, "We're going to give Barry Foster the ball until body parts start to fall off." And of course, Barry got a chuckle out of that. But Bill
when you asked him about it, he didn't chuckle. Well, wait a minute, what is it?
No, but what Bill meant by that is that he said, hey, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And so far, as you mentioned, 3 carries, 5 yards a carry. You're going to keep doing it.
And it is second down. And here is Hodge to the outside, has the first down. When we talked with Hodge yesterday, it was great fun. You spell his last name H-O-G-E. He said he was always embarrassed as a kid. Every time he had the first day of school, you had to get up and say your name. So he put the D in it. And then it messed up all of his records. Said also, in high school football, he was a punt returner. And he would be standing there under the lights on a Friday night waiting for the punt. And the PA announcer would pronounce his name as Hogg. Merrill Hogg. He said I would turn beet red even under the helmet.
Well, you know, one of the things that's happened with Merrill Hodge here is that he's in somewhat of a subliminal role now. He's the guy that blocks for Barry Foster, and he admitted that's not his favorite thing, but it's necessary.
Mark the ball now at the 39-yard line of Green Bay, a gain of 4. It'll be second down and 6. Johnny Holland with the tackle for the Packers.
The other story that he told us about, which was very interesting, there in Pocatello, Idaho, when you make the quilts, you know, the families that contribute there, they all put something in that's representative of their family. And here he has been fighting that pronunciation forever. And what does his family put in as their, like, family crest? A bunch of pigs. He said, "Oh, Dad, why'd you have to do that to me?"
Dad's probably listening today, wondering the same way. Here's the pass to Stone. Dwight to the 20-yard line. Gain of 19, first down. Brian Noble and Chuck Cecil on the tackle.
Well, when you establish the run as well as Pittsburgh has early on, play action is going to do this. Backpedal, he sees him come off the ball, gives him far too much room, but then again, Dwight Stone is a 4.26 sprinter. Good job of Ron Earhart in terms of play calling. Would have been easy just to continue to hand the ball off. There the play action pass, big play, now they're down to the 20-yard line.
And a first down, opening drive of the ball game. 11-17, time remaining, first quarter, no score. Stone in motion. And this time Hodge is stopped at the 20-yard line by Robert Brown. It will be second down and 10.
Robert Brown was described by his coach as a lunch pail kind of guy. He just shows up and does his job day in and day out. And I really enjoyed chatting with him. Very amiable man. And for somebody who has lived through these last couple of years, particularly with the Packers and lack of success, you got to give him a lot of credit for his mental toughness.
Second down and 10. Split backs, Foster on the left, Hodge on the right, passing formation, Stone in motion. They give instead to Foster behind the blocking at Hodge, just a couple of yards to the 18-yard line. Noble and Johnny Holland lead the way for the Packer defense. It'll be third down and 8.
Last week, Johnny Holland had the best game of his career. 14 tackles, 2 interceptions, and a forced fumble. The idea is the defensive linemen here actually do a very good job of keeping the people off of Johnny Holland. That's the idea. Johnny Holland, the last 4 years, has been 100-plus tackles a year. And that's exactly what the defensive linemen, Yurkovich, Brown, et al. Have done. They've kept the linemen away from Holland, enabling him, as you see right there, to lead the team in tackles.
We ask him, how does he lead the team in tackles? He says, well, you just kind of hang around, float to the ball, and dive on the pile.
Yeah, right.
O'Donnell throws. It is incomplete. Close contact, no flag. It will be fourth down.
Pretty good coverage there by Vinnie Clark. Good protection for O'Donnell. He just overthrew it. Top of your screen, you're going to get a chance to see it cutting in on the slant route. He's with him step for step. Threw it too far. Even if he throws in the right spot, Vinnie Clark is there. A little too late to cry for the interference there by Ernie Mills.
From the 25-yard line, an attempt of 35 yards by Gary Anderson. Mark Royals with the hold. And it is good from 35 yards away. And the Steelers move on top by a score of 3-0. We'll be back with the kickoff.
The Allstate agent who helps insure your home can give you a hand with a plan for life insurance. Life insurance. Your Allstate agent wants to be your agent for life. You're in good hands with Allstate. Time to think about life insurance? Let your Allstate agent work it out on paper. Everything from mortgage protection to a plan for a breezy retirement. Let your Allstate agent be your agent for life. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Oil, the lifeblood of your engine. So the most vital organ is your oil filter. That's why you need Fram Extra Guard. Unique glass fiber paper stops more dirt than any other filter. Fram Extra Guard, the best protection ever.
I'm a big man.
Why do so many men stick with Bic?
I'm a big man.
Because there's a Bic for every beard. Regular, sensitive, metal.
Yeah, I'm a big man.
I'm a big man. Slowing down, that ain't you. No, that's not you. Easy drinking beer, that silver bullet smooth.
Know where it's coming from, setting the mood, the pure taste of the Rockies and silver bullet smooth.
Make the move, good lights, silver bullet smooth.
Welcome back to Lambeau Field. This is Charlie Jones and Todd Christensen, and we have a first for the Steelers.
Yeah, I don't know if that's an omen or not, but in the first 3 games where they were victorious, the other team scored. This is the first time in 4 games that Pittsburgh gets on the board first.
Also, it is the first time that we have not had a Cower Power sign in the stadium. I don't know if that's a sign or
What
not.
kind of a strange statistic is that? What is that?
I've been saving it for you. I didn't want you to know about it. Anderson kicking off. Bennett drops it, picks it up, drops it again, picks it up again. Pretty nice return to the 18-yard line. And Richard Shelton made the tackle. And it officially will be a return of 17 yards. And here is the quarterback for the Green Bay Packers, Brett Favre. He'll have Workman and McGee in the backfield, Sharpe and Beach as the wide receivers, and his tight end is Ed West. Offensive line of Rutgers, Moran, Campen, Hallstrom, and Robin. So Green Bay on offense for the first time in the ballgame. First NFL start for Brett Favre.
Off you go!
They open up with a reverse. Outstanding defensive play by Greg Lloyd. A loss of 11.
Greg Lloyd absolutely wasn't fooled. The tendency when they go to the other direction, take a look here at the top of the screen right here. He's going to come up and he's going to be in containment instead of coming this direction. And the result is that Greg Lloyd makes an outstanding play behind the line. Here he comes right here.
Sterling Sharpe dropped for officially a 10-yard loss. It'll be second down and 20. Play action fake to Workman. The pass over the middle is dropped for the tight end, Ed West. Now let's check in on the Steelers defense. Davidson, Williams, Evans, Williams, Nickerson, Little, and Lloyd. And in the secondary, Woodson, Johnson, Lake, and Perry.
Darren Perry, you see there, that's their rookie free safety. He's the man that enabled them to trade away Thomas Everett to Dallas.
Third down and 20, a sputtering start for the Packers. Sanjay Beach, Robert Brooks, Sterling Sharpe, three wide receivers. Drops it off underneath the coverage and is dropped by Workman. So twice in the opening set, passes dropped by the Packer receivers. It will be fourth down and 20.
Well, more than anything, Charlie, I hate to see a number 46 drop a ball, but that's what happened here. First it was 86, Ed West, right in his hands. And of course, in fairness to him, that ball was tipped by Donald Evans, but certainly very catchable. But even if he does come up with the ball, it's only a 5 or 6 yard gain, and the Packers would still have to punt.
Paul McJulian will be kicking to the dangerous Rod Woodson.
Charlie, last week against the Cincinnati Bengals, he hit an absolute howitzer. He had a 67-yarder.
Pretty good kick. Fair catch called for at the 49-yard line. A kick of 41 yards, no return. We'll step aside for a moment. Steelers lead it 3-0.
Most people retire to Northern California for the gentle climate. Neil McBain came here to race in the fabled Monterey Historic. And Dean Witter was with him every mile of the way.
Respect the power of a client's dream and help them achieve it.
That's why 11 years ago, Dean Witter mapped out Neil's financial course with one goal in mind. Victory. Dean Witter.
We measure success one investor at a time.
Affordable Canon CJ10. The power of color is yours.
Now at Little Caesars, Cheeser Cheesers. Two pizzas with extra cheese, up to 3 toppings, and free crazy bread for $8.98.
Teaser.
Quality motor oil can go a long way toward protecting against engine wear. But by adding STP oil treatment, it can go even further, because STP increases even the best oil's viscosity by up to 50%. It's that simple.
The NFL on NBC is brought to you by the First Brands Corporation, makers of STP oil treatment, by Little Caesars Pizza, where you always get 2 great pizzas for 1 low price, by the Canon CJ10 full-color copier printer scanner. Now the power of color is yours. And by Dean Witter. There are many ways to measure success. Dean Witter measures success one investor at a time.
8 minutes and 28 seconds. That is the time remaining in the first quarter. The Pittsburgh Steelers leading the Green Bay Packers by a score of 3-0. Gary Anderson's 35-yard field goal at the 9:40 mark. The Steelers now with the ball for the second time, starting at the 49-yard line of the Packers, and over the top is Barry Foster. He's going to pick up a yard on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 9. Robert Brown with the tackle.
Once again, Robert Brown doing a good job. He talked about the difference in defense between this year's team and last year's team, and his explanation was last year they played a lot of two-gap, and what that means for the uninitiated is that he tries to get in the way of two people just to block blockers out of the way, not to make plays. He says now this year he has the opportunity to go to what he calls a one-gap situation, and he gets to make plays like he just did there.
And you're looking at Mike Holgram, the head coach of the Green Bay Packers. 2nd down. Little play action fake. Incomplete at the 35-yard line. Adrian Cooper, the tight end, the intended receiver, and Leroy Butler, the strong safety, was wrestling him for the ball. Good defensive play.
It was a good defensive play, but one of the things that Cooper does here is that sometimes you can cradle the ball. I know this by experience. Here's what happens when you reach out for your hands like this. All you have to do is hit the elbow, and as soon as he hits the elbow, then you can't hold on to the ball. If he cradles that, take a look here from another angle. If he cradles the ball right here instead of into his hands, then the ball does not pop loose. And at 260 pounds, that means he has to go through his back. But give Butler credit, he knocked it away.
But aren't you taught to catch with your hands?
You're taught in certain situations, not in the middle of the field.
This pass into the middle of the field. Incomplete to Dwight Stone and almost picked off on the rebound. It'll be 4th down.
One of the things about Johnny Holland that the Green Bay Packers talk about is his ability to run. Watch number 50 in the middle of the field. Normally inside backers come out on passing downs. But watch his anticipation here on what's called a swirl route. Look at number 50 right there in the direction of O'Donnell. O'Donnell didn't look him off. Good play by Holland.
And here is Terrell Buckley.
Now, interesting note on the front. He wears gloves to play, but to catch the punts, he takes the gloves off because he says he likes the feel of leather. What a punt. Oh, my goodness.
It'll be down at the 4-yard line, maybe the 5-yard line. As Mark Royals dropped it at the 1 on the point, it kicked back 43 yards. And high fives for Mark Royals. Steelers lead it 3-0.
The Oscar race begins with the last of the Mohicans. Time calls it grandly scaled, deliriously energetic. A fierce romantic epic, says Newsweek.
Stay alive no matter what occurs. I will find you.
The best film of the year, The Last of the Mohicans, rated R. Now playing at theaters everywhere.
At BASF, we don't make the meal, we make it healthier. We don't make the lotion, we make it smoother. We don't make the dress, we make it brighter. We don't make the carpet, we make it tougher. At BASF, we don't make a lot of the products you buy, we make a lot of the products you buy better. BASF.
There are two people who can raise your income and lower your taxes right now. You and your financial advisor. Call and find out how you can increase your spendable income with Nuveen tax-free mutual funds.
If your ordinary drill could be a Black & Decker limited edition, it would have 30% more power and a keyless chuck for easy bit changes. Then you'd have no ordinary drill. You'd have a Black & Decker limited edition.
This goes under the heading of numbskull plays after the precipitous bounce for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Watch Tim Houck here. He's going to pick up this ball that's coming his direction, and there are going to be a million Steelers coming down here. Only bad things could happen here. He should have just let the ball go. Now watch what happens as he picks up the ball. Watch all these Steelers. He's lucky he didn't fumble that one. Kind of dangerous just so you can get your name in the statistics the next day, huh?
The ball is marked at the 6-yard line, and it is first down. And here is Workman. Big hole up the middle. He slips as he makes his cut. He goes down just shy of the 15. It'll be second down and short. Ken Rutgers with a key block along with Rich Moran, and they open up that hole on the left side.
Well, this is too bad because he does a great job of vision. The play's designed to go to the right, and he cuts right back. Cuts to the middle. Now watch. He cuts off of the inside foot, and inevitably when you do that, you're going to slip. And he'd been able to get up. He could have got another 5, but good job at the left side of the offensive line closing people down.
Workman to the right side. He pops through. 28-yard line. Gain of 13. First down. Darren Perry with the tackle.
A much maligned offensive line for the Green Bay Packers now for 2 straight plays has done an outstanding job. They come right back to the same play. You can see both Morant and Rutgers does a nice job of keeping Evans away from the flow. They talked about the speed of Evans. He wasn't able to get back, and Workman, the man who missed his senior year at Ohio State, is off to a very good start for the Green Bay Packers. Good lead block there by Buford McGee on Gerald Williams. Same thing that he'd been doing for the Rams and the Chargers. Now he's doing it for the Packers.
Play action fake. Buford McGee, 40-yard line. Gain of 12, back-to-back first downs for the Packers. Hardy Nickerson with the tackle.
Well, Mike Holmgren didn't get his reputation as an offensive genius for nothing. Here he steals this old play from the Washington Redskins. Counter boot, comes back. Buford McGee with a fake. Out on the flat all alone. Runs over Darren Perry. Gets enough for the first down.
Double tight end, double wide receivers, one back on the set. On target, Sterling Sharpe. 43-yard line of the Steelers, 17 yards, 3 first downs in a row. Sterling Sharpe with this catch has just established a new record, 59 consecutive games with a catch. He just broke the record that was earlier established by the great James Lofton. And that's some pretty heady company. Lofton, there you see it right there, Sterling Sharpe. A couple of years ago, he had 90 catches for over 1,400 yards. As I mentioned at the beginning of this broadcast, that man right there is considered by many to be the second best receiver in the National Football League behind Jerry Rice. And when we talked with Mike Holmgren, I asked him to compare them, and he said the only thing that he sees as a major difference is, he said, Jerry Rice has better work habits. And he said that's not to denigrate the work habits of Sharpe. He says that Rice works 24 hours a day more than anybody else. He had some movement defensively. I think that Favre was trying to catch somebody in the neutral zone and pick up a quick 5 yards, which is a heady move for the quarterback. What they'll do in that situation, if the offensive line is not moved, the defensive lineman is in the neutral zone.
Prior to the snap, false start, number 84 offense, 5-yard penalty, repeat first down.
Well, I guess Sterling...
He was still celebrating.
That's right. Sterling was too excited about breaking Lofton's record. He's got plenty... Come on, Sterling, you got plenty of time. There's plenty of records, man. Relax a little bit. DJ Johnson pointing it out. Good call by the official.
But let me finish my thought. What Favre will do in that case is just to tap the center. The center will snap. They'll catch somebody in that neutral zone, pick up 5. He didn't know that Sharpe was moving. It's first down and 15. And here is Workman cutting back, and he's going to have a couple of yards, and that's going to be it. So it'll be second down and 13. And it's amazing how a penalty, how one mistake can deflate a drive.
Well, certainly they had the momentum going. You're right. And I mean, we kind of made fun of it and kind of poo-pooed it like no big deal, 5 yards back. But the way they were driving at that point, you know, it's typical of a young team, and that's the very thing that Mike Holmgren gets upset about, is the fact that as a young team they make too many mental errors. Certainly a veteran like Sterling Sharpe should know better.
Favre to throw, blitz is on, and it is picked up. Good read by the quarterback, completes the pass to the tight end, Jackie Harris.
Green Bay Packers have been waiting some time to see the fulfillment of the potential of Jackie Harris, number 80. Here he comes, blitz on the inside, and that vacates the area. There's Jackie Harris over the middle coming up with the ball. You see Carnell Lake coming from his safety position to make the tackle, but much too late. Now they have 3rd and short.
Gain of 12. It is 3rd down and 1. So with that play, the Packers regained the momentum. They trail 3-0, 3:14, time remaining first quarter. Sharpe in motion. And the first back through is McGee. He needs only a yard. Let's see where they spot it. It'll be close. May not have made it.
From what I can tell from here, it looks like he's short. That'll be an interesting decision by Holmgren. I would guess that the second time around, if he decides that he's going to go for it there at the 34, that they're going to go to the tailback. He tried a little surprise there and going to McGee at the fullback position where nobody anticipated it, but he ran right into a stone wall and he didn't gain anything.
Marked again at the 34-yard line. It is 4th down and 1.
He's asking for a measurement because that would give him a little bit more time to chat with his quarterback and decide what it is he wants to do. That's a heads up on the part of Mike Holmgren to do that, because now he can talk with his people upstairs and make a decision as to what he wants to do on 4th down.
And the rationale is the exact distance that he needs to go for the first down, which is a legitimate coaching request. Clock is stopped, 2:28 time remaining, first quarter. And again, the Packers lead at 3-0 on Gary Anderson's 35-yard field goal.
Now Holmgren's looking over his plays, and you can see Favre now is going to come over and get exactly what it is that Mike Holmgren wants. Here he comes now. He's wandering over to Holmgren. You can see when you picture now number 4. They're both looking over the plays. That's the play he wants. Okay.
And he has Harry Sidney in the offensive set.
Mike Holmgren was telling us that last week in a similar situation on the 20-yard line, in a crucial situation, Favre called completely the wrong formation, and they were forced to kick a field goal. He didn't want to take any chances there.
Sidney came out, Workman back in. And it is Workman, bad handoff. Bad exchange between Favre and Workman. The Steelers are there. Lloyd with the stop at the 35, a loss of a yard, and Pittsburgh takes over on downs.
Well, Mike Holmgren has a legitimate complaint. I mean, how hard can this be? This is the tailback. Just hand the ball off to him. His snap from center is okay, but look, he actually bumps into him here. Look at this. There's no excuse for that. Crucial 4th down play like that, and as a result, Vince Workman has to cut to the outside, and he gets stuffed by pursuit. The reaction here is certainly justified. He can't believe it.
We have a timeout, and the Steelers have the lead 3-0.
Introducing Levi's loose-fitting jeans. A loose interpretation of the original.
How much insulation do you have in your attic? 3 inches? 6 inches? Well, the Department of Energy recommends R38 for most American homes, which is equivalent to a foot of Owens Corning pink fiberglass. So grab a ruler and measure your attic insulation. Then get rolling. And get a foothold on your energy bills. For more information, call 1-800-GET-PINK.
If your face was square, shaving would be simple, but your face has curves. Presenting the revolutionary Schick Tracer, the only twin-blade razor that flexes to follow the curves of your face. Schick Tracer, we're changing the face of shaving.
Castrol GTX is the only leading motor oil that meets the world's toughest requirements for viscosity breakdown in every grade. This is the only way to get that kind of performance from any other leading brand. Castrol GTX, engineered for today's smaller cars.
Let's take a look at the sideline.
Well, what they have there is the Polaroid shots from the sidelines to see where the linemen are, and what the idea there is to get stance and where the people are set up. But, you know, if they're talking about that last play, they had nothing to do with a bump in the backfield. That wasn't a lineman's fault.
Dwight Stone starts in motion. The play action fake. O'Donnell with good protection. Comes to the sideline to Merrill Hodge. And he's going to pick up about 5 yards on the play. They're going to spot it at the 41-yard line, so it'll be 2nd down and 5. Chuck Cecil and Johnny Holland on the tackle. So Hodge, you told us yesterday that he had been upset, particularly in the Houston game, because he wasn't involved with the football that much. Has been involved with it more than he expected, I think, in the first part of this ballgame.
Well, you know, Charlie, after the '89 season and the 1990 playoffs, both against the Houston Oilers and the Denver Broncos, Merrill Hodge had back-to-back 100-yard games, and I think then everybody assumed he was going to be a big star in this league. But it hasn't worked out that way. But
here's Barry Foster. And he's going to get a yard, maybe two. Brian Noble leading the Packer defense.
And he also mentioned, with regards to finish that story on Merrill Hodge, is that he understands now that because Barry Foster is going so well, that his role is now one of a blocker and catching some of the short balls out of the backfield. But naturally, when you're 3-0, everything's looking pretty good.
It looks a lot better, doesn't it?
3rd and 3.
Interesting point here with regards to both the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Green Bay Packers, trying to establish themselves without a lot of stars. You can see right there the Pittsburgh starting offense versus the starting defense of the Packers. There are no Pro Bowl players on the field.
O'Donnell all the time in the world to Stone, and he is going to be short. Johnny Holland with the tackle. Holland has been everywhere today.
It's funny, Charlie, that you're always talking to receivers about whether or not they know where the sticks are. Well, sometimes defenders do too. Johnny Holland watching Dwight Stone in the backfield. Now watch the speed of number 50. He sees Stone come out, and right there, all Dwight has to do is fall forward for the first down over the line, but he can't get it. Holland pulls him down. Excellent play by number 50.
Mark Royals to kick. Terrell Buckley is the return man. Good kick. He takes it at the 7-yard line. Has a block. Flag is down. Good move at the 15. Nice move at the 20s to the 25. Flag is going to erase it. Harry Sidney got the tackle.
Charlie, Harry Sidney is the one that's Sidney is the one they're going to call for this, and the argument is always, is his head ahead of the man that he's blocking? And I think this is a bad call. Right there, you can see he knocks him. When we come back, you're going to get a chance to see that Harry Sidney has his head in front of the man, by my opinion. Watch as he come. Now watch number 82. Is his head in front? Is that a clip? No, it isn't.
No,
that's not a clip.
No. That's a good block.
Half the distance, the penalty. First down. That's the end of the first quarter.
You think their mistake was bad? I put him in the wrong uniform. First quarter comes to a close. Pittsburgh leads it 3-0. San Jose State will have that as part of the pregame show next Saturday here on NBC. Green Bay trailing 3-0 from the 7-yard line, and here is Sidney to the 10. A gain of 3 at 2nd down and 7. And speaking of Harry Sidney, number 42, let's go back to the penalties.
The argument here, as you're going to see at the top right here, is his head in front, and does he hit him here? And my argument, of course, is that if he lands on his back, he didn't get hit in the back. Look at the head. That's definitely in front right there. That's in front. And as a result, instead of being on the 30-yard line, watching this dazzling return by Buckley, they go all the way back to the 6-yard line. Bad call.
2nd down. And here is Workman. Close to the first down. Greg Lloyd makes the tackle. 17-yard line. This is the 3rd opportunity for the Packers on offense. They have started at their own 18, their own 6, and now from their own 7.
In basketball, they call it that first quick step. Watch here. Boink! Right there. He cuts right past David Little. That's an excellent first step by Vince Workman. That's the thing they always talk about with regards to Michael Jordan, Kiki Vandeweghe. But right there, you can see Workman. He sees the hole. That one step he's through.
Workman also is an excellent receiver. And he said he likes this offense. And remember that Roger Craig led the NFL in receiving in 1988.
Well, he has 19 catches so far in this year.
He has 5 carries, 30 yards rushing in this ball game. And it's a first down for Green Bay at their own 17-yard line.
He just needs a different number. It's a very nondescript number.
Here's Workman again, hit right at the line of scrimmage. Gerald Williams, a nose tackle, was waiting for him. He'll pick up a yard to the 18. It'll be 2nd down and 9.
Gerald Williams, the only one on the defensive line who's about 270 plus. He fights off both Moran and Rutgers to make the play. One of the reasons why their run defense has been so good. Gerald Williams, 290-pounder from Auburn. Also, according to the defensive line coach Steve Furness, a pretty good pass rusher for a nose guard.
It's hard to tell if Favre has a beard today. He had one yesterday. He said the lineman liked a rugged look. He said I may shave it for tomorrow, though.
Ever since Gaylord Perry, everybody does that.
Here's the screen. Workman cannot get around the corner.
Now Charlie, that was an outstanding play by Darren Perry. Favre did a good job of acting, and they had the screen set up very well. Watch number 39 as he comes into your picture. There's 2 blockers in front. He's able to weave his way through. Here it comes to the right of your screen, set up very well. Now watch the phalanx of blockers in front of Workman. And watch number 39 cut through. Bad choice there by Campen. Campen should have gone after Perry, but give him credit. He comes up, stops him short, and now the Packers are faced with 3rd and 4.
And when we talked with Perry yesterday, he played his collegiate ball at Penn State. He said he was one of the captains. Teammates would ask him to go talk to Joe Paterno about that. He said, I'd be all set. I'd go and I'd sit down. I'd look at those thick glasses. I wouldn't say a word. I'd get up and leave.
He was intimidated, just like everybody else.
3rd down. Workman has the reception. Leans. He may pick up the 1st down. Carnell Lake with the tackle. Greg Lloyd was also there. It's a 1st down.
This is just a little delay route that Workman runs coming out of the backfield. And what was cute here is you'll see that he starts to make some moves, and all of a sudden it's almost as if it clicked in his head. He said, oh my gosh, I got to get the 1st down. Watch right here. He's going to make a couple of moves. Watch. Here goes the spin move. Now he goes, oh my gosh, I got to get the 1st. Look at him lean. Heads up play by number 46.
The ball just shy of the 28-yard line. Green Bay in their own territory. Steelers lead it by a score of 3-0. Just over 11 and a half minutes. Time remaining. We're in the 2nd quarter. Favre fires right side. It is incomplete to Sharpe. It will be 2nd down and 10. The ball at the 28-yard line.
That's a play that San Francisco used frequently with Jerry Rice. He comes across in motion, hesitates, and tries to get the cornerback caught up in the secondary and then takes off. But Rod Woodson wouldn't have any of it. Take a look at this in the back of his helmet. The chin strap attached to the shoulder pads. Those of you that follow football closely remember that Jim Richer, the guard for the Buffalo Bills, has something similar to protect his neck, but you rarely see that amongst wide receivers.
You see that on race car drivers.
That's a good point.
For the G's of going around the corner. 3 wide receivers for Green Bay. 2nd down and 10. Favre sets up. Pass complete. Workman. And he goes out of bounds. What a year a difference has been.
What a difference a year makes.
What a difference a year makes.
Thank you.
I knew I was working on that. For this young man, a year ago he was Atlanta in practice in the rain. He turned around and he was pitching to.
You know, that's a funny story because he talks about the year before, his senior year in college. Here I am preparing for Louisiana Tech, and the next year, here I am in the I formation, pitching to the godfather of soul, James Brown.
James Brown was at an Atlanta practice because of Jerry Glanville and all of his celebrity fans. He said, how could I think about a ball game? I said, this is the godfather of soul.
Yeah, it was definitely a circus down there. He talks about hanging on the sidelines with the likes of the godfather of soul and MC Hammer.
Favre throws, nice touch to Sidney, and he has it. He's out at the 43.
The Steeler people might have a legitimate complaint here. Of course, what they're going to say is that he would have been knocked out. This is a great catch by Sidney, but more impressive is Brett Favre's in the pocket, his composure. Look at him scramble around. He actually pushes Moran out of the way. Take a look at the feet here. Are they down?
One was down.
Take a look at
then he's hit.
Watch the right foot right at the last to see if that foot does get down.
No, that's Favre going down right there.
That's Favre going down.
But he had, you know, the quick ruling. There is no replay, of course. The ruling is that he was hit by a defender or the second foot would have been down. And it's a 1st down at the 43-yard line. And here is Workman, cuts inside to the 46.
Workman
He's got 3 yards. It'll be 2nd and 7. Nickerson and Williams on the tackle.
What you have to watch here is the right foot. Take a look at the right foot on the left of your screen, right here at the bottom.
But bam, there's contact.
Where's the right foot? Does it? It sure does. It drags on the grass. Good call by the official.
Yeah, but still there was contact. He could have still been out.
But he's able to get that right foot in right there at the bottom. And you're right, there was contact. So good call by the officials.
2nd and 7. The ball just shy of the 46-yard line. Green Bay started this drive at their own 7-yard line. This is the 9th play of the drive. 9:45 time remaining, first half. Packers trail 3-0. Kitrick Taylor, 26-yard line. Woodson with the tackle.
Laser beam, clothesline, frozen rope, whatever you want to call it. The thing that everybody agrees on with regards to Brett Favre is that he can really throw it. What a shot he put right there to Kitrick Taylor. And of course, you remember that Kitrick Taylor was the big hero last week in the game against the Cincinnati Bengals.
And when we asked him about catching that touchdown pass with 19 seconds to go, he said it was as if the volume had been turned down. He didn't hear a thing. Everything was in slow motion.
And when we asked him, how many times did you watch it on tape? Remember what he said?
25 or 30. Fumble. Scramble for the ball. The Packers have it. Gerald Williams and Greg Lloyd for the defense.
That's heads up by Vince Workman, though, to come back and get it. Part of the problem of the Pittsburgh Steelers up to this point defensively is probably their only issue is that they have not been able to sack the quarterback. From the backside, both outside backers, Lloyd and Williams, get in there, and Workman, as you can see right from the right of your screen, was absolutely no match at all for Gerald Williams. Lloyd gets to him first, strips the ball, and Workman, the one who couldn't block Gerald Williams, is able to come up with it.
And that is only the 3rd sack of the season for the Steelers. 2nd and 19, back at the 35-yard line. And here is Workman to the 30.
Workman to the 30.
Gerald Williams with the tackle.
Tough situation here for the young quarterback, 3rd and 14.
7.5 minutes have been consumed on this drive by the Packers. 3rd down and 14 at the Pittsburgh 30-yard line. Again, the Steelers lead 3-0 on Gary Anderson's 35-yard field goal that came at the 9:40 mark in the first period. Favre throws behind Sanjay Beach. It will be 4th down.
Well, that was the same play that they worked to Kitrick Taylor, but Sanjay Beach obviously a little discombobulated. He threw it right between the 2 wide receivers. Watch Beach come out on the slant route. Here he comes, and it's right between the 2 receivers.
47-yard field goal attempt by Chris Jackie. Favre is the holder. This is to tie at 3. Good snap, good hold. If it carries, and it does. We are tied at 3.
More than 1 million of you have gotten to know Geo, the most successful new line of cars and trucks ever introduced. Get to know Geo at your Chevrolet Geo dealers.
Getting to know.
In developing a completely new car, the possibilities are endless. At Geo, we brought all the pieces together beautifully. The newest Geo, Geo Prism, coming soon to your Chevrolet Geo dealers.
In Frederick Miller's day, the brewery made a special beer and held it in reserve for special occasions. It's an idea whose time has come again. Introducing Miller Reserve, an all-barley draft brewed in the classic tradition. Reserve, and reserve life. Taste what barley does for beer.
There are two people who can raise your income and lower your taxes right now. You and your financial advisor. Call and find out how you can increase your spendable income with Nuveen tax-free mutual funds.
It's the Domino's Pizza NFL Spectacular. What are these guys into? Piling it on. And if you're into piling it on, get a Domino's medium with unlimited toppings now, just $8.99. And pile it on.
Nobody knows like Domino's.
The NFL on NBC is brought to you by Domino's. Call Domino's Pizza right now, and you'll be enjoying our unlimited toppings pizza deal during the game.
This is Charlie Jones, Todd Christensen. 7 minutes and 5 seconds. Time remaining in the first half. Pittsburgh Steelers 3. Green Bay Packers 3. Chris Jackie, that 47-yard field goal to tie the ball game, will be kicking off to Rod Woodson. Jackie nails this one. And it will be down for the touchback. We'll bring the ball out to the 20-yard line when we come back. Pittsburgh 3, Green Bay
3. Only Delta gives you more flights from over here to over there. Only Delta flies you non-stop to more cities from over here to over there. In fact, only Delta flies you non-stop to more cities in Europe than all these airlines combined. Delta. We love to fly, and it shows the world over.
If you depend on your truck to last, here's news you should never forget. Of all the Chevy trucks built in the last 10 years, over 98% are still going strong. That's more than Ford, more than Toyota, more than Nissan. Over the years, no other truck is that dependable, foreign or domestic. Only Chevrolet, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
Weekend. No tie, no briefcase, just plastic.
It all boils down to this. No other card you can carry is accepted in more places and in more ways.
Food.
At home and abroad.
I got it.
Than MasterCard. It's the only card you need.
Rooms.
MasterCard.
Not a bad day's work.
Master the moment.
The NFL on NBC is brought to you by Chevy Trucks, the trucks you can depend on, the trucks that last. By John Nuveen and Company, quality tax-free investment since 1898. By Autolite Spark Plugs, guaranteed for 2 years no matter how far you go. And by Miller Reserve, taste what barley does for beer.
The Super Bowl I trophy was not called the Vince Lombardi Trophy. In fact, it wasn't called the Super Bowl either. That game was the American Football League, National Football League Championship game, the longest title in history at the Los Angeles Coliseum.
And I keep forgetting, who was the sideline reporter for NBC again?
A nice young man who had dark hair at that time, still wore glasses. And little did we know what was in store. Good fake. Here is Tim Jordan. And he is out to the 27-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 3.
Big field goal for the Green Bay Packers and for Chris Jackie. Part of the problem with Don Mikowski getting hurt is he also lost his holder. He missed 2 kicks last week, and he blamed it there on the quarterback, Brett Favre. There, the hold is just right. And this is Chris Jackie's way of saying, hey, thanks, partner. I don't feel so bad now.
And also, when we talked to Mike Holmgren, the Green Bay head coach, about that, he said, I would write to you. He said, you can't blame the holder. You're a kicker. You miss, you take the responsibility. 2nd down and short. Hodge in motion. And here is Barry Foster. A flag is down. And it is motion call against the Steelers. Let's go to New York for an update, and Bob Costas. Bob?
Charlie, we look in at action from the Kingdome. Considering the game is in the Great Northwest, Kelly Stoffer's target is aptly named Lewis Clark. He blazes a 26-yard trail to the end zone. Seattle 10, Miami 3 in the second quarter. Back to Green Bay. Charlie and Todd.
Seattle's always tough in the Kingdome.
You know, I always enjoy it when Bob does those traveling parallels. You know, I mean, that's very good. Is there anyone? I'd like Bob to research for us if there's anybody on the Seahawks by the name of Sacagawea.
Barry Foster to the 40. Inside the 30, still on his feet, struggling to the 10. Terrell Buckley saves the touchdown at the 8-yard line. 69 yards. And John Jackson with the block that sprung him open.
Charlie, it appeared when the game started that it was going to be the Barry Foster show, and now for about a quarter we hadn't heard from him. Nice block there, and he cuts to the outside, and he shows some very real speed. Watch at the top of your screen, though, the job done by Dwight Stone. This is how strong he is. He goes right through Clark's tackle. Stone does a good job of knocking Buckley off, and that saved Foster an extra 10 to 15 yards right there.
Foster, 8 carries, 96 yards in the ballgame. That is the longest run of his career, 69 yards. Here's Leroy Thompson. There's nothing there. It'll be second down and goal to go.
It's a good job by the left side of the offensive line for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Watch John Jackson pushing Brown to the outside, and then Duval Love cutting inside, cutting off the penetration right there. Once Palp is down, there's nobody in the secondary. Vinnie Clark is going to run after him, but as we mentioned, at 5'10", 214, too strong for just an arm tackle. And once again, give Dwight Stone credit. Excellent job blocking downfield.
Second down, goal to go, 8-yard line. O'Donnell has pressure. Throws, it may be intercepted at the 5. No, it was trapped. O'Donnell got away with one. It was a terrible throw. He was trying to avoid the sack. You've got to take the loss.
You said it there, Charlie. He certainly did get away with one. I'm surprised with the arm strength that he had backpedaling that he didn't just completely throw it out of the end zone.
Matt Brock and Robert Brown were putting the pressure on Neil O'Donnell.
When they come up the middle, you can see he hesitates a little bit. Now, where is he throwing? He throws it to Hodge, but he sees Clark come off. Now, where's the ball? Is that, oh, that's a catch. That's a catch from that angle. If we can get a sideline look, we'll get a chance to see. Where is the ball and where are the hands? Oh, the hands are definitely underneath the ball. That's a shame. That's an interception by Butler.
Third down, goal to go. Here is Stone. Spinning inside the 5 to the 3-yard line. Buckley got him. It'll be fourth down. We'll go back and take another look at that almost interception.
The issue here is, are the hands underneath the ball? Take a look here and see whether or not Butler's hands are underneath the ball. Right here, take a look at the gloves and watch the ball. Here's it comes in. Right here. That's definitely a catch. That's a catch. There, now right here you can see the ball right there that he lost it, but did he have control?
I'm not sure he had possession. That's watching it in slow motion. Field goal attempt is blocked. Anderson goes back to cover it. Vinnie Clark got the block.
Anderson is down. Watch coming from the left of your screen, the sprinter from the outside. That's Vinnie Clark. Normally, that's not the man that can make the block, and now you're going to see, watch Gary Anderson try to pick this ball up, and he gets absolutely crushed by Tony Bennett. Big play by the Steeler defense, tied at 3 when we come back.
Frederick Miller's finest beer, called for the finest grain. A search that often led far afield. It's an idea whose time has come again. Introducing Miller Reserve, an all-barley draft brewed in the classic tradition. Reserve and Reserve Light. Taste what barley does for beer.
For his retirement, Neil McBain had no intention of slowing down. That's why Dean Witter mapped out his financial course with only one goal in mind: victory. Dean Witter.
We measure success, one investor at a time. The tingle feels like it's taking away the dandruff. That's me taking the Denorex shampoo test. I love that tingle. It convinced me to switch from Head & Shoulders to Denorex.
Denorex with conditioners, the dandruff shampoo you can feel working.
I'm a Denorex guy now.
Chevrolet announces just about the last thing you'd expect from a car company: lower prices. Believe it or not, this is for real. Chevrolet is lowering the price of every new 1993 Cavalier Coupe, sedan, wagon, and Z24 Coupe. No gimmicks or hassles, just straight talk and lower prices. Surprised? You shouldn't be. What else would you expect from the heartbeat of America?
Gary Anderson is up. He walked off the field. He's on the far sideline. It looks as if he's okay. Green Bay from their own 24. Pump fake going deep. He is there. It is Sharpe. To the 20. To the 10. Touchdown Packers.
This is the hook and go pattern. 2 All-Pros, Rod Woodson versus Sharpe. He bites on the hook, and that's it. It's all over. Favre puts it right on his hands. Darren Perry is an excellent free safety, but he's no match for the speed of Sterling Sharpe. 76 yards, back-to-back, huge plays for the green and gold.
And the extra point is good.
Take a look at Brett Favre. He doesn't want to overthrow it. He knows he's got the touchdown. Look at him running after it. This is the enthusiasm of the 23-year-old quarterback. Look at him go. He almost beats Sharpe to the end zone. The Packers are up by a 10-3 count.
Work your Chevy truck to the bone, and what does it get you?
Stood there boldly, sweating in the sun. Felt like a million. Felt like number one, like a rock.
It gets you the best resale value of any full-size truck in the business. The best.
Like a rock.
Chevrolet, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
A reminder from Walmart. No matter who you are, no matter what you drive, there's one sure way to get more out of it. Regular oil changes with quality Haviland motor oil. When you add Haviland, you add more life to your car. And with Walmart savings every day of the year, you're not only miles ahead, you're dollars ahead too. Saving money at Walmart. It's an idea that's really catching on. Walmart. Always the low price. Always.
Ruthless bandits
Nobody moves, nobody dies.
turn to kidnapping and murder based on the actual case. An all-new Secret Service NBC Tonight.
The royal family's been in shock all year, and things are about to get worse.
Good golly, Miss Molly.
Because John Goodman is the new King of England.
You ever do any fencing? When I was a kid, a couple watches here and there.
He's not on HBO. He's not on Showtime.
Where did they find this man?
King Ralph's only on NBC Tonight.
Sterling Sharpe, yes.
That's right. You're my man. He pointed right to him and said, "You're the guy." He laid it right on his hands. What a throw by Favre.
Jackie kicks off. Woodson takes it at the 11-yard line. And he is down at the 22. Now, what set up the touchdown? The blocked field goal attempt.
Gerald Williams right here is trying to make Vinnie Clark go to the outside like this and take a wider angle to the kicker. Instead, he's unable to do that. And what you're going to see, he gets a direct angle into the kick, and he's able to get a piece of it. That's a big play, of course. set up there by Vinnie Clark and his speed to get that ball. And, of course, without that play, we don't have a 76-yard Favre to Sharpe touchdown pass.
Green Bay out in front, 10-3. Pittsburgh first down, their own 23-yard line. 3.5 minutes left to go, first half. O'Donnell throws, passes complete, 41-yard line to Stone, and he is down at the 43, and it will be 20 yards and a first down.
Good call by Ron Earhart. He was given far too much air. I realize that Dwight Stone's a fast guy, but backpedaling too far into the secondary, looks like he's going up, and he comes right back to the ball. Give Ron Earhart credit, coming right out and trying to get a big play to take away the momentum of the Packers. That's exactly what O'Donnell and Stone did.
When we talked to the quarterback, Neil O'Donnell, yesterday, he said every game is going to be a struggle for us. Well, he's in the midst of a struggle again, trailing by 7, and he's back to throw. As good protection comes to the near side, it is incomplete to Foster. It'll be second down and 10 at the 43-yard line. Be sure to be with us next Sunday. NBC Sports presents more exciting NFL football action starting at 12:30 Eastern Time with NFL Live. Some of you to see Jim Kelly on the Buffalo Bills air it out against Dan Marino and the Dolphins. Others will join us for that West Showdown, Kansas City at the Denver Broncos, and some of you to see the Colts take on the Buccaneers. So check your local listing.
Charlie, you and I will be in Denver for that one, and that's going to be for the AFC West lead. That's going to be a great game.
That's a good one. Second and 10. Pass is complete on the sideline. Yes, he had it inbounds. Jeff Graham. A gain of 12 in the first down. Graham, interestingly enough, when we talked to him, only wears shoulder pads as protection. That's the only pads.
Well, you know those guys on the outside, both cornerbacks and wide receivers are speed guys, and Vinnie and Clark should not have been looking into the backfield. He's got to be looking at his man. That's a cardinal sin of cornerbacks. Look at that. That's 6 yards away from Jeff Graham, who makes an outstanding catch. That man, number 81, I'm sure, is the major reason why the Steelers let go of Louis Litz.
Suddenly, Pittsburgh from their own 23, the Green Bay 44. This one is dropped by Graham. It'll be second down and 10 at the Packer 44-yard line. 2:18 left to go in the first half.
Watch the decision that 81 has to make. Graham comes across the field, and when the ball is thrown in the middle, you decide whether to cradle it or backhand it. Watch, he decides to backhand it here instead of cradling the ball, and the result is he doesn't make the catch. Lynn Swann was famous for jumping and cradling the ball. Watch him jump, and instead of cradling it there with his hands underneath, he has them on top, and instead of catching the ball, he bats it down.
Second down and 10. Dwight Stone in motion. And here is Foster to the 41. Gain of 3, third down and 7. And when we talked to the Steelers yesterday, one of the things they said, we've got to get better on third down.
Well, they'll have some time to talk about it because we're at 2 minutes.
And we'll step aside. The score, Green Bay 10, Pittsburgh 3. Back in a moment.
Liberty Mutual Insurance presents Legends of the Game. A sublime combination of steely nerves and iron will. He wrought destruction for more than a decade on the league's most dominating defense. As the man in the middle, he led the Steelers to 4 world championships with relentless pressure and punishing hits. Who was this legend?
She was the paper's best writer. Now she can't finish a sentence without pain. She has a debilitating hand injury caused by repetitive motion. So Liberty Mutual is helping customers redesign their workstations to reduce the pain and lost work days. Because we don't want her to report a story like this ever again. At Liberty Mutual, we're facing the issues that face our customers.
Jack Lambert earned a place in the Hall of Fame and his reputation as a tough guy by making opponents pay. A true legend of the game.
Yeah, this guy really gets around. He's got the auto lights. American Orient Paul, we're guaranteed 2 years no matter how far he goes. That's why we've been everywhere. Wow!
It's the Domino's Pizza NFL Spectacular. What are these guys into? Piling it on. And if you're into piling it on, get a Domino's medium with unlimited toppings now, just $8.99. And pile it on.
Nobody knows like Domino's. the Bills. With Machine Gun Jim Kelly and the electrifying Thurman Thomas, Buffalo's offense has scored the most points in the NFL. The Dolphins. Their feared passing attack can light up the scoreboard as well. It's Kelly versus Marino. 2 top guns in an aerial shootout next Sunday.
Stay tuned for the Domino's Pizza NFL Live halftime report with Bob Costas, O.J. Simpson, and Joe Namath. Bring you up to date with all the scores and highlights of all the games in the National Football League. 3rd down and 7. Little play action, fake passes, complete. 1st down, it is Graham. He goes out of bounds, stops the clock. Good play.
That was very inventive. Drop play has everybody fooled, including Johnny Holland. Number 50 takes a step up, and that's all Graham needs to be. Watch the right of your screen. Watch number 50. He bites on the fake, and right behind him, here comes Graham, and Holland catches up to him to push him out of bounds, but that's too late. 1st down, Steelers.
The ball just outside the 27-yard line. 1st down. 1:55 left to go in the 1st half. O'Donnell deep over the middle and sails on him. Stone cannot hold on. He was open, but he got it high and it sailed on him. It'll be 2nd down.
Dwight Stone finds the seam in the zone right down here. 2 deep coverage. He's going to find him right in the seam. Problem right here is he's just a little bit high. Very catchable ball, but again, caught in the middle of the zone, just a little bit over the right ear, and Dwight couldn't quite come up with it. That would have been a big catch for the Steelers, and actually a pretty good throw by O'Donnell.
2nd down and 10, and looking ahead for the Steelers, the report on Gary Anderson, their outstanding field goal kicker. He's okay. He just had the wind knocked out of him.
Thank goodness, because he really took a shot.
Stone is in motion. Here's the screen, and it's dropped. Hodge drops the screen pass.
Wouldn't have mattered. Danny Noonan was the one that read that. Danny Noonan, number 97, a recent acquisition off of the waivers of the Dallas Cowboys. Not set up very well. You can see right at the bottom, you can see 97 in the middle of the screen, comes over, and as Hodge drops it, Danny Noonan, former 1st-round pick of the Dallas Cowboys. O'Donnell's not very happy about it, but Neil, trust me, it wouldn't have gone very far anyway.
3rd down and 10. The Steelers have converted only 1 of 5 3rd down opportunities. They did that just a moment ago. Now they'll take a timeout to talk it over. 1 minute and 45 seconds. That is the time remaining in an outstanding 1st half of football.
Some very exciting big plays, and as you mentioned, part of the problem of the Pittsburgh Steelers offensively has been their inability to convert on 3rd down. And Charlie, getting the wind knocked out of them here, this is certainly an issue, because if they don't get the 1st down, you're looking at a 45-yard field goal. Not exactly a gimme anyway, but in Gary Anderson's condition, it could be that much more difficult.
His longest this year is 42 yards. Program note, Monday on NBC, it's an all-new comedy with the Fresh Prince Blossom Hour, and it's NBC world premiere movie, Fergie and Andrew Behind the Palace Doors. Find out what the tabloids are talking about and what landed Fergie in hot water. It's all new, and it's all on NBC. And I'm not adding anything else to that.
That's wisdom.
But I'm going to watch.
As my mother would say, that is wisdom.
3rd down and 10. O'Donnell is sacked. May take the Steelers out of field goal range.
Did you see on the sidelines, that's a heads-up play there by Mike Holmgren calling timeout. Because depending upon what Pittsburgh can do with the punt here, they would still have some time remaining on the clock. And the way Favre is throwing, you see Matt Brock come inside. And this is no mean feat to pull down a man 6'3", 230 pounds with a one arm. That's a good-sized arm, too, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Matt Brock, 6'5½", 290-pounder. And I got to mention here, an alumni of the University of Oregon. Hello, Eugene, my old hometown.
So Mark Royals is in to punt. The Packers now are going to drop back Kittrick Taylor and Robert Brooks.
Well, of course, they're concerned, you know, special teams coaches, Nolan Cromwell, the special teams coach of the Green Bay Packers, They see one fake punt, and it drives them crazy for the rest of the year. The Pittsburgh Steelers had a fake punt against the Houston Oilers. They're in their safe situation. They're not concerned without the return at all. That's why Terrell Buckley is not on the field right now.
Good play by the Steelers. And that is Ernie Mills, who went up at the 1-yard line, batted the ball back, kept the ball in the field of play, and it will be down. They're going to mark it at the 5-yard line.
Now, if Brooks steps back a little bit and looks like he might catch it, Mills is heads up. He's not buying that fair catch fake at all. That's an outstanding play by Ernie Mills to keep that in the field of play, and the best laid plans of mice and men, et cetera, et cetera. Holmgren might have to be content here just to run the clock out.
And if you're watching at home and say, is that legal? Yes, it is legal. He goes up. He is in the field of play. The key is if the ball breaks the plane of the goal line.
And of course the official knows that Brooks had no intention whatsoever of catching the ball. If he's close to the ball in that case, then he couldn't have done it.
Otherwise it'd be fair catch interference. Correct. You're right. Good call. And here's Workman to the outside, to the 10, out to the 12, maybe the 13-yard line. There's the time remaining in the first half. Green Bay leading by a score of 10-3. The Steelers, you will recall, won the toss and received the opening kickoff, which means that Green Bay will get the ball to start the second half.
And it's clear here that that is influencing the decision by Mike Holmgren. They are certainly taking their time here. They're going to run another play, and the Steelers will call timeout, I would guess, after this play if the Packers don't get the first down.
Here is Workman leaning across the 15, 16-yard line. Let's see where they spot it. And he should pick up the first down. And he does. And of course, when you think about the second half, don't forget that the Pittsburgh Steelers defense has not allowed a point scored against them in the second half of the first 3 ball games.
Certainly that's influential in terms of the fact that they're not calling timeout here and forcing a punt. They feel very confident of the fact that in a number of their games, in fact all 3 games, they have come from behind to win. So being down 10-3 at this point is not a big worry for Bill Cowher and his troops.
It is halftime at Lambeau Field. Are you surprised? The Green Bay Packers out in front of the Pittsburgh Steelers by a score of 10-3. Domino Pizza's NFL Live halftime report. We're ready now for the second half with the Packers leading the Steelers by a score of 10-3. Gary Anderson will be kicking off. Robert Brooks and Edgar Bennett are the return men for Green Bay.